Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep in the heart of Mirkwood, where shadows danced between ancient trees and time itself seemed to flow like honey, Gandalf received an urgent message from Radagast the Brown. The message came not by bird or beast, but by a leaf that spiraled down from the canopy, glowing with an inner light that spoke of magic most unusual. "Come quickly," the leaf whispered in Radagast's voice before crumbling to dust. "The forest has opened its secrets, and what I found terrifies even the spiders." Gandalf found his fellow wizard in a clearing that hadn't existed the day before. The air shimmered like the surface of a pool, and the trees around them seemed to shift positions when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Radagast stood at the edge of what appeared to be a tear in the very fabric of reality, a vertical pool of swirling mist that reflected more than just light. "It appeared 3 nights ago," Radagast explained, his usual scattered demeanor replaced by focused concern. "The animals won't come near it. Even the dark creatures flee from its presence. But that's not the worst of it. Gandalf, look!" As they watched, the mist began to part, revealing visions like windows into other times. They saw glimpses of battles yet to come, of kingdoms rising and falling, and then, most disturbing of all, they saw Gandalf himself, but not as he was. This version of him wore robes of many colors, his eyes blazing with power absolute, his staff raised not in protection, but in dominion over the peoples of Middle-earth, for their own good. The other Gandalf's voice echoed through the temporal rift. "They are children playing with forces they cannot comprehend. Only through proper guidance can this world be saved from itself." Gandalf stepped back, his hand gripping his staff tightly. "A possible future," he murmured, "or perhaps a reflection of our deepest fears." "Both, I think," Radagast replied. "The anomaly shows many paths, many possibilities. But this vision, it appears more frequently than the others." Over the next few days, the two wizards studied the temporal rift, careful not to venture too close to its shifting surface. They observed as it showed them fragments of both past and future, the fall of Gondolin, the rising of the sun, and events yet to come that they dared not dwell upon too long. But it was the recurring vision of the corrupted Gandalf that troubled them most. Each time it appeared, they saw more details: a ring of power upon his finger, forged from the remnants of ancient artifacts, armies marching under his banner, believing they fought for the greater good, the free peoples of Middle-earth bowing not out of fear, but out of a magically induced love and devotion. The road to darkness, Gandalf observed, is often paved with the best intentions. As they worked to understand the anomaly, strange events began to plague the surrounding forest. Time moved inconsistently, flowers bloomed and wilted in minutes, while elsewhere a falling leaf might take days to reach the ground. Animals aged backwards, and trees whispered of futures that shouldn't be known. The crisis peaked when a group of wood elves, drawn by the strange occurrences, ventured too close to the rift. The temporal energies began to pull them in, the very fabric of their beings starting to unravel as past and future versions of themselves tried to occupy the same space. Gandalf acted quickly, planting his staff in the ground and beginning an incantation in the ancient tongue of the Veiler. Radagast joined him, adding his own power to the spell. Together, They created a barrier of pure magical energy that sheltered the elves from the time distortion. But as they worked to save the elves, the rift pulsed with new energy, and the vision of the corrupted Gandalf appeared again, this time more solid, more real. It stepped forward, almost crossing the threshold between possibility and reality. "You know I am right," the corrupted version spoke. "With our power, we could end all suffering, prevent all evil before it takes root." The burden of choice is too heavy for them to bear. Gandalf stared into eyes that were both his and not his, seeing in them the seductive logic that had led so many great beings down the path of tyranny. "The burden of choice," he replied, "is what makes them who they are. Without it, they would be nothing more than puppets, and their love nothing but chains." The corrupted Gandalf reached out, offering his staff. "Take my hand, join with what you could become. Together, we could reshape this world into something perfect." For a moment, Gandalf felt the pull of that future, the temptation to take control, to guide and shape, rather than merely advise. But in that same moment, he understood that this was the true purpose of the temporal anomaly, not to show what might be, but to test what must never be. Drawing himself up to his full height, Gandalf raised his staff and spoke words of power that shook the very foundations of the forest. "The future is not ours to command," he declared, "only to guide and nurture, like a gardener tends his plants." Radagast, understanding what needed to be done, began to sing in harmony with Gandalf's words. The two wizards' powers combined, not to seal the rift, but to purify it. The corrupted vision fought back, its power fueled by all the possibilities of what might be, but ultimately it could not stand against the truth of what should be. The rift collapsed in upon itself with a sound like the ringing of the world's oldest bell. The time distortion settled, and the forest began to return to its natural rhythms. Where the anomaly had been, a single crystal grew from the ground, clear as starlight and cool to the touch. "A reminder," Radagast said, picking up the crystal, "of the path not taken and of the wisdom in knowing which paths should remain untaken." Gandalf added, "They buried the crystal deep beneath an ancient oak, where its power would serve only to nurture the forest's growth. In years to come, that spot would become known as a place of clarity and wisdom, where those troubled by difficult choices could find peace and perspective." As Gandalf departed Mirkwood, he carried with him a deeper understanding of his role in Middle-earth. He was not meant to be a ruler or a Shepherd of destinies, but a guide and a friend to all free peoples. His power was not in commanding the future, but in helping others find the strength to face it on their own terms. The stars seemed especially bright that night, as if approving of the choice that had been made not just by Gandalf, but by all who choose to guide rather than rule, to advise rather than command, to love rather than control. Story 2. Snow fell in thick curtains across Middle-earth, blanketing the world in white deeper than any living memory. Even the fires of Mount Doom seemed dimmed by the relentless cold that had gripped the land for months. It was in this bitter winter that Gandalf the Grey found himself climbing the treacherous paths of the White Mountains, following whispers of an ancient power awakening. The isolated village of Frosthold clung to the mountainside like a nest of determined birds, its buildings half buried in snow. As Gandalf approached, he noticed something peculiar. While the surrounding peaks were ravaged by howling blizzards, a gentle snow fell here, and children played in the streets despite the dire cold that gripped the lands below. In the center of the village square stood a young girl named Alawan, no more than 12 winters old. Her eyes held an ancient wisdom that gave even Gandalf pause, and around her neck hung a crystal pendant that pulsed with a soft blue light. The villagers treated her with a mixture of reverence and fear, and Gandalf soon learned why. "She commands the winter itself," whispered Aldrich, the village elder, as they watched Alawan create delicate ice sculptures with a wave of her hand. "The pendant found her 3 months ago, when the great cold began. Since then, our village has been protected, but the winter, It spreads further each day. The pendant, Gandalf realized with a start, was the long-lost heart of winter, a remnant from the years of the lamps, when the Valar themselves shaped the seasons of Middle-earth. It had been crafted by Yavanna as a gift to men, allowing them to survive the harshest winters, but its power had proved too great for mortal hands to control. Elawin approached Gandalf without fear, the pendant gleaming against her worn wool dress. "You've come to take it away, haven't you?" she asked, her voice carrying the weight of knowledge beyond her years. "The others are afraid of it, but it speaks to me. It shows me how to protect them." Gandalf knelt before her, his ancient eyes meeting her young ones. "What else does it show you, child?" Her face darkened. "There are others in the deep places of the mountains. They hunger for its power. I can feel them getting closer, as if summoned by her words. A howl echoed across the peaks, not the cry of any natural wolf, but the hunting call of the ice wraiths. Ancient spirits of winter, who had once served the Dark Lord himself. They had sensed the heart's power and were drawn to it like moths to flame. The next few days saw Gandalf working alongside Elawin, teaching her to better control the pendant's power while preparing the village for what was to come. He watched as she learned to shape ice into barriers and bridges, to calm storms and create paths through deep snow. But he also saw how each use of the pendant drew more of her warmth, her life force, into itself. "It's feeding on her," the village healer told Gandalf in private. "Each night, she burns with fever, and each morning, she seems a little more distant, a little more like winter itself." The attack came on the coldest night of the year. The ice wraiths descended upon Frosthold in a storm of crystalline claws and frozen malice. Gandalf stood at the village's edge, his staff blazing with white fire, while Elawin used the pendant to strengthen the ice walls she had created around the settlement. But as the battle raged, something unexpected happened. The wraiths, instead of trying to destroy the walls, began to sing an ancient song of winter and darkness that resonated with the heart itself. The pendant around Elawin's neck pulsed brighter, and ice began to creep up her arms. The heart was never meant to save, the wraiths' voices whispered on the wind. It was meant to preserve, to freeze all things in eternal winter's embrace. "Let go, child. Let the cold take you, and you shall rule as winter's queen forever." Gandalf saw the temptation in Elawin's eyes, the promise of power, of never being the hungry orphan girl again. But he also saw her look back at the villagers who had cared for her, at the children she had played with, at the simple life that had given her purpose. "I choose warmth," she declared, and with a surge of power, she ripped the pendant from her neck. The heart of winter flared brilliant blue, its power unleashed. But instead of directing it at the wraiths, Elawin turned its power inward, into herself. Gandalf moved to stop her, but found himself frozen in place, not by ice, but by the sheer force of her will. They all watched as Elawin began to glow with an inner light, taking the heart's power into herself, instead of letting it explode outward. "The winter must end," she said, her voice echoing with power both ancient and new. "But it must end gently, or all will perish in the thaw over the next hour," as the wraiths howled in fury and frustration. Elawin used the heart's power to gradually warm the lands, releasing winter's grip one valley at a time. The villagers watched in awe as she conducted this delicate balance, her small hands moving as if orchestrating an invisible symphony. When the last of the power was spent, the heart of winter had become nothing more than a clear crystal, its ancient magic transferred to the land itself in a way that would allow the natural cycle of seasons to resume. The ice wraiths, their power broken by the end of the endless winter, faded away like snow in spring. Elawin collapsed, caught by Gandalf before she could fall. But though pale and tired, she was still herself, still human, still warm with life. The wizard carried her to the healer's house, where she would sleep for 3 days and nights. When she awoke, the world had changed. The unnatural winter had ended, though normal snow still capped the mountain peaks. The village of Frosthold remained, protected now by more mundane walls of stone and wood, rather than magical ice, but no less strong for it. Gandalf left her there, knowing she had found her true home among people who valued her not for her power, but for her heart. The powerless crystal he took with him, to be kept safe in Rivendell as a reminder that even the mightiest artifacts are only tools. It is the wisdom of their wielders that truly shapes destiny. Years later, travelers in the White Mountains would sometimes speak of a village where the winters were just a bit more gentle, where the snow fell in perfect flakes, and where a woman with ancient eyes would tell children stories of the year she held winter in her hands and chose to let it go. Story 3. The golden halls of Meduseld gleamed in the autumn sunlight, but something was amiss in the Horse Lord's kingdom. Gandalf stood at the great doors, his gray cloak billowing in the wind that swept across the plains of Rohan. The guards who admitted him bore troubled expressions, and the usual sounds of neighing horses were oddly muted, replaced by strange, hollow echoes that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. King Omund, father of Omer, had summoned the wizard after the first horses began to change. It started subtly a darkening of their coats, a strange gleam in their eyes that reflected no light. Now, as Gandalf walked through the stables of Edoras, he saw the transformation growing more pronounced. The proud horses of the Rohirrim were becoming something else, their hooves leaving trails of shadow, their breath visible as dark mist in even the warmest air. 3 have already disappeared completely into shadow, Omund explained, leading Gandalf to a separate stable where the most affected horses were kept. We can still touch them, ride them even, but they're becoming like living darkness. The king's voice cracked with emotion in Rohan. Horses were more than mere beasts of burden. They were partners, friends, almost family. Gandalf approached one of the affected steeds, a once magnificent white stallion whose coat now rippled like liquid obsidian. The horse recognized him, pushing its ethereal muzzle against his hand. The touch was cold, like dipping his fingers into a mountain stream. There are older magics at work here, Gandalf murmured, closing his eyes to better sense the ancient power that flowed through the horse. This transformation, it bears the mark of a binding spell, but one that has laid dormant for many generations. Deep in the archives of Meduseld, Gandalf found his answer in a crumbling chronicle written in the early days of Rohan. It spoke of Falred the Fearless, one of the first kings of the Mark, who had led his people through a devastating war against the forces of Angmar. With his armies depleted and his people on the brink of destruction, Falred had encountered a mysterious figure at the edge of Fangorn Forest. This entity, neither wholly good nor evil, had offered Falred a bargain. In exchange for ensuring that no horse of the Rohirrim would ever fall in battle, it would claim their spirits after 1,000 years. Falred, desperate to protect his people and their way of life, had accepted. 1,000 years, Gandalf said heavily, looking up from the ancient text. The time has come due, and now this Shadowmancer has returned to collect its price. The next few days saw Gandalf delving deeper into the nature of the curse. He witnessed how the affected horses, despite their shadowy transformation, remained loyal to their riders. In fact, they seemed to have gained supernatural abilities. They could run tirelessly, pass through solid objects, and sense danger before it appeared. But with each passing day, more horses succumbed to the transformation. The crisis reached its peak during a moonless night when the Shadowmancer finally revealed itself. It emerged from the darkness between Fangorn and the plains, a figure tall as a tree, wrapped in living shadows, its form constantly shifting between human, horse, and something altogether different. The bargain was struck fairly. It spoke in a voice like wind through ancient caves. The horses of Rohan have enjoyed my protection for a millennium. Now they shall join my eternal herd. But Gandalf stood firm before the ancient entity. The bargain was made by one king in desperation, without the knowledge of what it would mean for future generations. The horses of Rowan are not mere possessions to be traded. They are partners who have chosen to stand with their riders. The Shadowmancer's form rippled with anger. Would you deny them the gift of immortality? In my realm, they shall never know death or pain. I would deny them nothing, Gandalf replied, raising his staff. I would give them choice. What followed was not a battle of physical strength, but a contest of wills and magic that shook the very foundations of Edoras. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire, while the Shadowmancer commanded darkness itself. The affected horses gathered around them, their forms flickering between flesh and shadow. Drawing upon his deepest knowledge of the music of the Aener, Gandalf began to sing not to break the ancient spell, but to modify it. His voice rang out across the plains, weaving a new thread into the fabric of the old magic. The horses of Rowan would keep their protection in battle, but now they and their riders would have to choose to accept the gift of shadow together, and only after a full life lived in the light. The Shadowmancer, sensing the wisdom and power in this alteration, paused in its assault. You suggest a partnership rather than ownership, it mused, its form settling into something more definite. This intrigues me. Under the new terms, the horses of Rowan would remain creatures of flesh and blood during their natural lives. Only upon their death, if both horse and rider chose it, would they join the Shadowmancer's eternal herd, becoming shadow steeds that could return to aid their descendants in times of greatest need. As dawn broke over the plains of Rowan, the transformed horses began to return to their natural forms. The shadow curse lifted, though a hint of otherworldly wisdom remained in their eyes. The Shadowmancer departed with a bow to Gandalf, taking with it only those few horses and riders who chose freely to join its eternal hunt. In the years that followed, tales would be told of phantom riders appearing on the darkest nights, coming to the aid of lost travelers or warning of approaching danger. The horses of Rowan retained their supernatural resilience in battle, but now it was a gift freely accepted rather than a price to be paid. Before departing Edoras, Gandalf stood with King Omund, watching as the morning sun painted the plains gold once more. The greatest bonds, the wizard reflected, are those chosen freely, not imposed by ancient bargains. The horses of Rowan have always known this. Perhaps that's why they chose to stand with your people in the first place. Omund nodded, understanding that the legend of the Shadow Steeds would become part of Rowan's heritage. A reminder that true loyalty cannot be bought or bound, only earned through trust and respect. As Gandalf rode away, the wind carried the sound of horses neighing across the plains, proud and free, yet still bearing within them the potential for magic and mystery, should they ever choose to embrace it. Story 4. The mists of dawn were just beginning to lift from the ancient forests of the woodland realm when Gandalf the Grey first encountered Arenelle. The young elf maiden stood at the crossroads where three ancient paths met, her silver hair catching the first rays of morning light. But it wasn't her ethereal beauty that caught the wizard's attention. It was the ring that glowed faintly on her finger, pulsing with a power he hadn't felt in over an age. That is no ordinary trinket you bear, Gandalf said, leaning on his staff as he studied both the ring and its bearer. The ring was crafted of pale gold, set with a crystal that seemed to hold starlight within its depths. Ancient elvish script wrapped around its band, nearly worn away by countless years. Arenelle's hand instinctively moved to cover the ring, but there was no hiding its power from one as wise as Gandalf. It was my mother's, she said softly, and her mother's before her. We thought it merely an heirloom until 3 nights ago, when it began to show me things. The ring, Gandalf discovered, was one of the lesser rings of power, not as mighty as the great rings that had shaped the destiny of Middle-earth, but potent in its own right. It had been crafted in the Second Age by the elven smiths of a region, imbued with the power to reveal hidden truths and pierce through veils of deception. As they talked, Arenelle shared what the ring had shown her, visions of dark figures moving in secret through the lands, gathering in ancient ruins and forgotten places. These weren't mere bandits or wandering ORCs, but organized groups working with purpose and direction. The ring had revealed them for what they truly were: dormant servants of Sauron, awakening from centuries of hiding. "We must warn the elven realms," Gandalf declared, his bushy eyebrows furrowing with concern. But even as he spoke, he noticed how Arenel's fingers trembled slightly, how her skin seemed paler than it should be. The ring was taking its toll on her, as such artifacts often did on those not strong enough to bear their power. Their journey took them first to Rivendell, where Lord Elrond's face grew grave at their news. The ring's power proved true. It revealed hidden signs of corruption in places they passed, showing them how deep the enemy's influence had spread. But with each use, Arenel grew weaker, though she insisted on continuing. In the libraries of Rivendell, Gandalf discovered more about the ring's nature. It had been crafted with pure intentions, but like all objects of power, it demanded payment from its bearer. Each truth it revealed drained a little more of Arenel's life force, feeding on her immortal spirit to fuel its magic. They pressed on to Lothlorien, following the trail of hidden agents. Along the way, they encountered others who had been touched by the awakening darkness. A village of men where strange dreams plagued the children, a dwarven trading post where ancient artifacts had been stolen, a sacred grove where the trees whispered warnings in languages long forgotten. The ring guided them true, but Gandalf watched with growing concern as Arenel faded. Her eyes, once bright with the light of the Eldar, grew dim. Her movements, once graceful even by elven standards, became uncertain. Yet each time Gandalf suggested she remove the ring, she refused. "If not me, then who?" she would ask. "Who else can reveal these hidden enemies before they grow too strong?" Their journey reached its climax in an ancient fortress deep in the White Mountains. The ring led them to a gathering of the enemy's agents' men, elves, and even dwarves who had been corrupted or deceived into serving the darkness. They were planning to simultaneously strike at the hearts of all the free peoples, sowing chaos and discord that would weaken the realms of Middle-earth. But the ring's power had not gone unnoticed by their enemies. As Gandalf and Arenel watched the gathering from hiding, one of the dark agents, a fallen elf lord named Morleth, sensed the ring's presence. The trap was sprung. What followed was a battle of both blade and sorcery. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire as he held off dozens of attackers. Arenel, despite her weakened state, fought with the desperate grace of her people. The ring on her finger flared with power, revealing the true forms of their enemies and stripping away their disguises. In the chaos, Morleth cornered Arenel. The fallen elf lord reached for the ring, his corrupted spirit recognizing its power. But the moment his fingers touched it, the ring's power of truth turned upon him, forcing him to see the full depth of his betrayal and the darkness he served. The shock of this revelation shattered his mind, and he fell screaming into the abyss below the fortress. The victory came at a terrible price. Arenel collapsed, the last of her strength spent. The ring had taken too much from her. Gandalf knelt beside her, his ancient eyes filled with sorrow. "Take it," she whispered, slipping the ring from her finger with trembling hands. "Use it to protect them all. I see now. This was my purpose." But Gandalf closed her fingers back around the ring. Drawing upon his own power, he began to sing in the ancient tongue of the Valar, a song of healing and release. The ring's crystal began to crack, its power breaking apart rather than claiming Arenel's life. As it shattered, a burst of pure light filled the chamber, and with it came a final revelation: the names and locations of every hidden agent of darkness in Middle-earth. Arenel's strength slowly returned, though she would never again shine as brightly as she once had. The ring's destruction had saved her life, but some prices once paid cannot be fully refunded. Together, they traveled to Minas Tirith, where they presented their findings to the steward and his council. In the months that followed, the free peoples of Middle-earth rooted out the hidden servants of darkness before they could strike. The enemy's carefully laid plans fell apart, their networks of influence discovered and destroyed. Though no songs would ever be sung of this quiet victory, it was no less vital to the safety of Middle-earth. Before they parted ways, Eärnell gave Gandalf a small crystal shard, the only piece remaining from the ring. "To remind us," she said, "that sometimes the greatest victories require us to let go of power, not to seize it." Gandalf kept the shard for many years, a reminder that truth, while powerful, must be tempered with wisdom and compassion. Sometimes, he reflected, the hardest truths are the ones we must learn about ourselves, about the price we are willing to pay for power, and the courage it takes to turn away from it. As he continued his wanderings across Middle-earth, he would sometimes catch glimpses of Eärnell in the forests of the woodland realm. Though she no longer bore the ring's power, her eyes held a different kind of wisdom now, the kind that comes only from walking through darkness and choosing to return to the light. Story 5. The ancient halls of Minas Tirith held many secrets, but none quite as troubling as what Gandalf discovered in its deepest archives one autumn evening. The wizard's weathered fingers traced the fading runes on a crumbling parchment, his brow furrowed beneath his gray hat. The text spoke of a fragment of Morgoth's power, a shard of ancient darkness that had survived the breaking of the world, buried deep within the shadowy mountains. The candlelight flickered across Gandalf's face as he sat back in his chair, pipe smoke curling around him like ghostly serpents. He had walked the paths of Middle-earth for countless years, but this discovery sent a chill through his immortal bones. The fragment's location corresponded with recent reports of strange occurrences, shadows that moved against the light, and whispers of unusually powerful weapons emerging from the mountain forges. Within days, Gandalf was traveling north, his staff casting a soft light as he navigated treacherous mountain paths. The peaks of the shadowy mountains lived up to their name, their jagged silhouettes cutting into the steel-gray sky like black teeth. As he climbed higher, the air grew thin and cold, carrying the acrid scent of forge fire and molten metal. It was near dusk on the third day when he found the hidden entrance, a dwarf door crafted with such skill it was almost invisible against the mountainside. Only the faintest glimmer of runes betrayed its presence, visible solely by the light of the setting sun. Gandalf spoke the words of opening, and the door swung inward with a grinding of stone on stone. The passage beyond led him into the heart of a bustling underground city. Dozens of forges burned day and night, their fires casting dancing shadows on the carved walls. Dwarven craftsmen worked tirelessly, hammering metal into weapons and armor of extraordinary beauty and power. But Gandalf's keen eyes noticed something troubling, a subtle darkness that seemed to pulse within the finished pieces, a corruption so slight that even the master craftsmen hadn't noticed its presence. At the center of it all stood Thorin Ironfist, Lord of the Forge, his beard adorned with rings of gold and silver. His eyes gleamed with pride as he welcomed the wizard, eager to show off his realm's achievements. "Look upon our works, Gandalf the Grey," he proclaimed, gesturing to the racks of gleaming weapons. "We have rediscovered the ancient secrets of our forebears. Our blades can cut through dragon scales, our armor turn aside the mightiest blows." But as Thorin spoke, Gandalf's attention was drawn to a dark crystal displayed prominently above the master forge. It pulsed with an inner fire that seemed to drink in the light around it, and the wizard recognized it immediately as the source of the ancient power he had read about. The dwarves had found it while mining deeper into the mountain, believing it to be a gift from their ancestors. "This crystal," Gandalf said carefully, "how long has it been influencing your works?" Thorin's expression darkened. "Influencing? It is a catalyst only, a tool to enhance our natural skills. Look at the prosperity it has brought us. Our weapons are sought after by every kingdom in Middle-earth." But even as they spoke, Gandalf could see the subtle signs of corruption spreading through the underground city. Shadows seemed to linger too long in corners, and there was a feverish light in the eyes of the craftsmen. The weapons they forged were indeed powerful, but they carried within them a seed of darkness that would slowly corrupt their wielders. Over the next few days, Gandalf observed and gathered evidence, trying to find a way to convince Thorin of the danger. He watched as apprentice smiths worked through the night, unable to tear themselves away from their forges. He saw how arguments broke out over trivial matters, the darkness feeding on pride and greed. The crisis came to a head when one of the younger craftsmen, driven mad by prolonged exposure to the crystal's influence, attacked his master with a newly forged blade. The weapon's dark power manifested in a burst of shadow that nearly engulfed the entire forge. It was then that Gandalf acted, raising his staff and speaking words of power that illuminated the entire chamber with pure light. In that moment, everyone could see the truth, how the crystal's corruption had begun to twist the very stone around them, how shadows writhed like living things in the depths of their forges. The madness in the young craftsman's eyes cleared, and he dropped his weapon in horror. Thorin Ironfist stood transfixed, watching as the light revealed the true nature of their prized artifacts. The beautiful weapons they had crafted now showed their hidden corruption, runes that spoke of dominion and destruction, metals that thirsted for blood. "We must destroy it," Gandalf declared, his voice echoing through the suddenly silent halls. "This is no gift from your ancestors, but a fragment of Morgoth's power, a seed of the darkness that once threatened to consume all of Middle-earth." But even as understanding dawned in Thorin's eyes, the crystal pulsed with malevolent energy. Shadows began to coalesce, taking the form of ancient wraiths drawn to the fragment's power. The dwarves found themselves fighting against the very darkness they had unwittingly served, their corrupted weapons turning against them. In the chaos that followed, Gandalf and Thorin fought side by side. The wizard's staff blazed with white fire while Thorin, wielding an ancient warhammer that had never been tainted by the crystal's power, smashed through the shadow wraiths. Together, they fought their way to the master forge where the crystal pulsed with dark energy. "The forge," Gandalf shouted over the din of battle. "It must be destroyed in the very fires that gave these weapons their power." Understanding dawned in Thorin's eyes. With a mighty roar, he brought his hammer down upon the forge itself, shattering the ancient stonework. Gandalf raised his staff, channeling his power into the fires below, causing them to burn with a pure, white-hot intensity. The crystal shrieked a sound that pierced the minds of all present as Thorin cast it into the purified flames. A shockwave of dark energy exploded outward, but Gandalf stood firm, his staff raised high, creating a shield of light that protected the dwarves from the worst of the blast. When the dust settled, the crystal was gone, and with it, the corrupting influence that had slowly been poisoning the forges. The shadows retreated, and the air itself seemed clearer, though the dwarves looked upon their once prized creations with new eyes. In the days that followed, Thorin ordered all the corrupted weapons destroyed, their metal to be melted down and reforged anew. It was a costly decision, but a necessary one. The dwarves had learned a hard lesson about the price of power and the importance of questioning gifts that seemed too good to be true. As Gandalf prepared to leave, Thorin approached him with a small, plain box. Inside was a single ring, forged before the crystal's discovery. "Take it," the dwarf lord said, as a reminder that true craft needs no dark power to achieve greatness. Gandalf accepted the gift with a bow, knowing that the real treasure was not the ring itself, but the wisdom the dwarves had gained. As he journeyed back down the mountain path, he could hear the sounds of hammers ringing pure and true from the forges above, crafting works of beauty untainted by shadow. The wizard smiled, knowing that while darkness would always seek to corrupt and control, there would always be those willing to stand against it once they could see it for what it truly was. He tucked the story away in his memory, another lesson to share when the time was right, about the importance of vigilance and the ever-present choice between power and wisdom. Story 6. In the fading twilight of a world where magic was slowly dying, Shadowscale, the last of the great dragons, glided through clouds tinged with the embers of a setting sun. Below, the once vibrant lands of the Five Kingdoms had grown pale and listless, like a painting left too long in harsh light. The dragon's destination rose before him, the Tower of Twilight, where Gandalf the Grey had spent centuries watching over the decline of magic. The ancient wizard stood at his tower's highest balcony, his gray robes stirring in the wind as the massive dragon approached. He had been expecting this visit ever since his dreams had been filled with visions of a black dragon speaking in the old tongue, the language of creation itself. "Greetings, Stormcrow." Shadowscale's voice resonated in Gandalf's mind as the dragon settled on the massive stone perch. "I come with a proposal that might save us all, though its price will be steep." Inside his study, where countless artifacts of a more magical age gathered dust, Gandalf listened as Shadowscale spoke of the Heart of Fire, an artifact of pure magic that predated even the dragons themselves. Legend held that it was the seed from which all magic had grown, hidden away when its power proved too great for the ancient world to contain. But the world needs that power now. Shadowscale's eyes gleamed like dying stars. As magic fades, so too does all that made our realms wondrous. The unicorns have lost their luster, the phoenixes no longer rise from their ashes, and my kind, he paused, his massive form seeming to shrink slightly. I am the last. Gandalf stroked his beard thoughtfully, feeling the weight of ages in his bones. The Heart of Fire is not merely lost, he said slowly. It was divided and hidden by the Council of Seven, of which I was a member. We believed its power too dangerous for any one being to possess. The dragon's laughter shook dust from the tower's ancient beams. And now look at what that caution has wrought, a world slowly draining of wonder. Will you help me find it, Stormcrow? Will you help restore what was lost? Thus began a journey that would take them across the fading kingdoms. In the crystal forests of the east, where trees once sang with magical harmonies, but now stood silent, they found the first fragment of the heart, pulsing weakly within a geode of pure starlight. In the sunset kingdoms of the west, where great floating cities had begun to sink back to earth, they discovered another piece hidden within a temple of living flame. With each fragment recovered, Gandalf felt the stirring of ancient memories, the faces of his fellow council members, the heated debates about the heart's fate, the final decision to scatter its pieces across the world. But he also remembered something else, something that had been magically sealed away in his mind, the true reason for the heart's division. Their quest drew others to their cause. Elara, a young sorceress whose powers were fading with each passing day, joined them in the Moonspire Mountains. Thornhaven, a treant whose forest was slowly turning to ordinary wood, lent his ancient strength to their search. Each new ally brought their own stories of magic's decline, their own desperate hope for restoration. But they were not alone in their quest. The Shadow Conclave, a group of magic users who believed that the death of magic was natural and necessary, moved to stop them at every turn. In the ruins of the floating city Celesta, they nearly succeeded in destroying one of the heart's fragments, leading to a battle that lit up the night sky with spells of such power that they hadn't been seen in an age. The final fragment lay in the deepest chamber of the obsidian vault, protected by enchantments that had endured for millennia. As Gandalf stood before the vault's door, the last piece calling to those they had already gathered, the sealed memory finally broke free. "Wait," he called to his companions, his voice heavy with revelation. The heart wasn't divided to protect the world from its power. It was divided to protect its power from the world. In the chamber of the final fragment, Gandalf shared the truth. The Heart of Fire wasn't just a source of magic, it was magic itself. The conscious force that had chosen to share its power with the world. But as beings began to treat magic as a tool rather than a gift, the heart had begun to withdraw. The Council of Seven hadn't imprisoned it. They had helped it hide, protecting it until the world was ready for magic's true nature. Shadowscale, who had lived long enough to see the truth in Gandalf's words, bowed his great head. Then what are we to do? Watch as all wonder fades from the world. Gandalf looked at their gathered allies, the young sorceress, the ancient treant, the last dragon, and saw in them something that had been missing from the world: reverence for magic itself, not just its uses. "No," he said, raising his staff. "We must prove ourselves worthy of its return." The ritual that followed was unlike any magic ever attempted. Instead of trying to force the heart's fragments to reunite, they offered their own magic back to it freely, completely, with no expectation of return. Gandalf, who had lived countless years wielding magic as a tool, finally surrendered to its true nature as a living force. The heart of fire reformed not as a physical object, but as a consciousness that touched every being present. It spoke not in words, but in pure magical essence, showing them visions of what could be, a world where magic was not merely used, but lived with, where every spell was a conversation with the force that made reality sing. When the vision faded, magic had not returned to its former strength, but it had changed. The spells were fewer but deeper, harder to cast, but more meaningful. The heart of fire had not restored the old way of magic, but had offered a new path, one where magic was not fading, but transforming, becoming not less powerful, but more profound. Shadowscale, no longer the last dragon, but now the first of a new kind, took wing in skies that seemed somehow both dimmer and more wondrous. Elara found her reduced powers more potent than ever, each spell a direct communion with magic itself. The treant Thornhaven felt his forest beginning to sing again, though with deeper, more ancient melodies. And Gandalf, standing in his Tower of Twilight, watched as the sun set on the age of casual magic and rose on something new, a world where wonder was not measured by the number of spells one could cast, but by the depth of one's connection to the living heart of magic itself. Perhaps, he mused, as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, this is what magic was trying to teach us all along. Story 7. The first discordant note in the music of the spheres echoed through the crystal cathedral of Celesta, like a crack spreading across perfect glass. Gandalf, who had spent millennia attuned to the harmonious symphony that kept the universe in balance, felt the disturbance deep in his bones. The eternal song that wove together the fabric of reality had been corrupted, and with it, the very essence of magic itself began to unravel. High in the observatory of eternal resonance, where crystal spires captured and amplified the celestial music, Gandalf watched as the carefully maintained harmonic patterns began to shift. The golden threads of melody that had always danced in perfect synchronicity now twisted and tangled, creating patterns he hadn't seen since a time he had forced himself to forget. "This discord," he murmured, running his fingers through the air as if plucking invisible strings. "It bears the signature of the primordial song." The very words sent shivers through the crystal architecture around him, causing the spires to hum in sympathetic resonance. The Council of Elements, gathering in emergency session, confirmed his worst fears. The Phoenix of the Eternal Flame spoke first, her words crackling with urgency. The barrier between the song that is and the song that was weakening. "The memories you sealed away, great composer, are bleeding through." Gandalf's mind reeled at the implications. Centuries ago, he had composed a melody so powerful it threatened to overwrite the existing harmony of the universe. In his younger days, driven by ambition and the desire to reshape reality according to his vision, he had created the primordial song, a piece of music that could rewrite the very laws of nature. When he realized its destructive potential, he had locked away both the song and his memories of it, burying them deep within the vault of forgotten melodies. But now, something had awakened those buried notes. The search for answers led Gandalf to the ancient archives, where the history of all music was recorded in crystalline scrolls. There, he discovered disturbing patterns throughout history. Others had heard fragments of his forgotten composition in their dreams, creating works that unknowingly echoed its power. Each instance had caused small disruptions in the fabric of reality, but now these fragments were somehow co-aligning, reconstructing the original piece note by note. In the deepest chamber of the archives, Gandalf encountered Melody, a young barda whose songs could alter the very essence of reality. She stood before a wall of singing crystals, her fingers dancing across their surfaces, drawing forth harmonies that shouldn't have been possible. "I've been hearing it in my dreams," she said without turning. "A song so beautiful it makes everything else seem false. It promises to make the world as it should be, not as it is." Her voice trembled with the power of suppressed music. Gandalf recognized in her the same dangerous ambition that had once driven him. "That promise," he said gently, "is the sweetest kind of poison. I know, because I composed that song." Together, they began a journey through the harmonic realms, places where music and reality were one and the same. In the Valley of Echoes, they witnessed mountains reshape themselves in response to ancient melodies. In the concordant forest, trees grew in patterns that formed musical scores across the landscape. Each location revealed another piece of the puzzle, another fragment of the song attempting to resurrect itself. The journey was not without its perils. In the dissonant wastes, they encountered creatures born from broken harmonies, beings that existed in the spaces between notes, feeding on discord. The Silence Hunters, ancient enemies of all music, sensed the growing disturbance and emerged from their timeless exile, seeking to end all sound forever. As they traveled, Gandalf began to remember why he had created the primordial song in the first place. Each recovered memory was like a knife to his heart. He had wanted to heal the world's pain, to rewrite its imperfections. The song had been born not of malice, but of compassion, twisted by the hubris of youth and power. The final confrontation came in the Chamber of First Songs, where music itself had been born at the dawn of time. The primordial song had nearly reconstructed itself, its notes pulling together from across time and space. The air itself vibrated with potential catastrophe. Melody, who had grown stronger in her understanding of music's true nature, looked at Gandalf with newfound wisdom. "We can't simply seal it away again, can we? It's part of the world's song now, for better or worse." Gandalf shook his head, his ancient eyes filled with the knowledge of centuries. "No, we must do something far more difficult. We must transform it. Together, they began to sing. Gandalf's deep voice carried the weight of ages, while Melody's clear tones spoke of possibility and renewal. They took the primordial song, not fighting it, but embracing it, transforming its desire to perfect the world into a celebration of the world's beautiful imperfections. The Chamber of First Songs became a crucible of creation as they worked, weaving the dangerous beauty of the primordial song into the existing harmony of the spheres. The process took days, during which reality itself held its breath. Mountains paused in their eternal growing, rivers suspended their flow, and stars hung motionless in the sky. When it was done, the music of the spheres had been transformed. It still maintained the harmony that held reality together, but now it carried within it a new theme, one that spoke of growth, change, and the beauty of imperfection. The song that had once threatened to overwrite reality had become a part of its endless symphony. Gandalf looked at his young companion with pride and gratitude. "You've taught me as much as I've taught you," he said. "I sought to perfect the world through music, but you showed me that the world's imperfections are what make its song beautiful." Melody smiled, her fingers still dancing through the air, playing with the new harmonies. "And you taught me that the most powerful songs are not those that change the world, but those that help us see its beauty as it is in the years that followed." The crystal cathedral of Celesta became a place where musicians from across the realms came to study not just the perfect harmonies of the spheres, but also the beautiful discordance of life itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights, visitors would hear Gandalf and Melody performing duets that somehow made the stars themselves dance with joy. The primordial song was never forgotten again. Instead, it became a reminder that even the most dangerous music could be transformed into something beautiful, if one had the wisdom to listen to its true meaning. Story 8. The starless night sky above the celestial tower crackled with unnatural energy, as Gandalf felt the last remnants of his immortal power being torn from his body. Through the haze of pain, he glimpsed a familiar silhouette against the purple-tinged clouds, a figure he had not seen in over 1,000 years, one he had long believed lost to the shadows of time. "Selenara," he whispered, his voice stripped of its usual thunderous power. His first apprentice stood before him, no longer the eager young sorceress who had vanished during the great cataclysm, but a being of raw magical energy. Her once silver hair now rippled like liquid starlight, and her eyes held the depth of countless ages. "Hello, Master," she said, the words carrying both warmth and venom. "Or should I simply call you Gandalf now? After all, you're nothing but a mortal man at last." In her hand, she held a crystal orb that pulsed with the stolen essence of his power. As Gandalf fell to his knees, feeling the weight of genuine physical exhaustion for the first time in millennia, the magical wards of the celestial tower, his home for centuries, began to crumble. The endless staircase of starlight that had once spiraled up to his sanctuary dissolved into ordinary stone, and the enchanted windows that had shown views of distant realms became simple glass. Why? He managed to ask, even as he felt his immortal years catching up with him, lines etching themselves across his face. Selenara's laugh echoed with the sound of breaking crystal. "You taught me that every action has its price, Master. Now you'll learn the price of your own actions." With those words, she vanished in a flash of silver light, leaving Gandalf alone with his newfound mortality. The great wizard, now merely a man, slowly rose to his feet, his joints protesting in ways they never had before. His reflection in a nearby window showed him what he had become, an elderly man with eyes that held wisdom, but no trace of their former magical glow. In the days that followed, Gandalf began a journey unlike any he had undertaken before. Without his powers, he had to rely on mundane means of travel, experiencing the world as the mortals did. The 5 kingdoms, which he had once traversed in the blink of an eye, now stretched before him as vast and challenging territories. His first ally came in the form of a young griffin rider named Ash, who found him trudging along the crystal road. "The great Gandalf walking?" she had asked incredulously. "The world truly has changed." Despite her initial skepticism, she offered him passage on her griffin, Stormwing. As they traveled, Gandalf began to piece together the truth of Selenara's disappearance. In every town and village, they found traces of her passage. Over the centuries, tales of a silver-haired sorceress who had helped those Gandalf had overlooked in his grand schemes to maintain cosmic balance. In the Library of Whispers, maintained by the ghost scribes of the northern wastes, they discovered journals that revealed Selenara's transformation. She had not vanished during the great cataclysm as Gandalf had believed. She had chosen to disappear, spending centuries gathering forgotten magics and helping those who dwelt in the shadows of the magical world. "You taught me to see the grand design," one entry read, "but in doing so, you made me blind to the small sufferings." No more. Each revelation forced Gandalf to confront his past actions from a new perspective. Without his powers, he began to understand the fear his mere presence had once inspired, the way his grand plans had sometimes crushed the dreams of individuals in service of the greater good. Their pursuit led them to the twilight markets, where dreams were traded like currency, and to the obsidian desert, where time flowed backwards at night. In each place, they found those whose lives had been changed by Selenara, not all for the better, but always with the intention of balancing what they saw as Gandalf's oversights. The mortal wizard's greatest challenge came in the form of simple human interaction. Without his magical presence to command respect, he had to learn diplomacy anew. Ash watched with amusement as the once mighty wizard struggled to haggle with merchants and persuade reluctant informants. "Perhaps this is why she took your power," Ash suggested one evening as they camped beneath the wandering stars. Not as punishment, but as education, the final confrontation came in the ruins of the Academy of First Light, where Gandalf had first taken Salanara as his apprentice. She waited for them in the shattered Grand Hall, the stolen powers swirling around her like a constellation come to life. "Have you learned?" she asked as Gandalf approached, leaning on a mundane staff. "Have you seen what I've seen, felt what they feel?" "I have," Gandalf replied, his mortal voice carrying the weight of his recent experiences. "And I understand now what I could never see before. Power isn't just about the ability to shape reality, it's about the wisdom to know when not to use it." Salanara studied him for a long moment, the stolen magic pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. "Then you understand why I can't simply return your power. The world needs a different kind of guardian now." "No," Gandalf agreed, straightening to his full height, despite his mortal frailty. "But perhaps it needs both of us, one to wield the power, and one to remember the cost of wielding it in the end." Salanara didn't return all of his power. Instead, she divided it, keeping enough to maintain her role as protector of those who dwelt in magic's shadows, while returning enough to Gandalf to make him a bridge between the mortal and immortal realms. The Celestial Tower was rebuilt, not as a solitary spire of magical supremacy, but as a place where both the mighty and the humble could seek guidance. Gandalf, now neither fully mortal nor completely immortal, found a new purpose in teaching others to see both the grand design and the individual threads that composed it. And in the years that followed, those who sought audience with the wizard would sometimes glimpse a silver-haired sorceress in the tower's higher chambers, engaged in quiet conversation with her former master. Both of them guardians of a new age, where power and wisdom walked hand in hand. Story 9. The first signs appeared during the Starfall Festival in the eternal city of Lemuria. As Gandalf raised his staff to ignite the traditional midnight fireworks, the ancient wood pulsed with an unfamiliar darkness. Instead of the expected cascade of silver sparks, shadows leaked from the crystal head like black ink in water. In the crowd below, a young elf maiden's laughter turned to a gasp of horror as her hands began to crystallize, the transformation spreading like frost across a winter lake. The great wizard felt the curse's bite immediately, a familiar weakness that had haunted him for centuries, growing stronger with each full moon. But never before had his staff, his faithful companion through countless ages, betrayed him in such a manner. As panic spread through the festival grounds, more magical beings began to transform. Pixies frozen mid-flight, their crystalline wings catching the moonlight. Centaurs paralyzed mid-stride, becoming living statues of translucent stone. Gandalf retreated to the highest tower of the Crystal Spire, his sanctuary for over a millennium. The chamber walls, lined with ancient texts and magical artifacts, seemed to whisper with concern. He placed his staff in the center of a detection circle, its runes glowing with diagnostic magic. What he discovered sent a chill through his ancient bones. The staff, the very symbol of his power, had become a conduit for an entity of pure shadow. "How long have you harbored this darkness, old friend?" he murmured, tracing the staff's intricate carvings. Each groove held memories, battles against ancient evils, ceremonies of protection, moments of both triumph and devastating loss. But now, something writhed beneath the surface, feeding on the very magic that had once protected the realms. The answer came from an unexpected source. As dawn broke over Lemuria, a shadow dragon named Night Whisper descended upon the crystal spire. Unlike his kin, who had long avoided the City of Light, Night Whisper came with urgent news. The corruption stems from the forge of creation. The dragon's voice resonated in Gandalf's mind. Where your staff was born, deep beneath the world's roots. The Shadow Lords are awakening, and they hunger for the magic they once wielded. Gandalf's heart grew heavy with understanding. The Shadow Lords beings he had helped imprison at the dawn of time, creatures of such darkness that their very names had been struck from history. His staff, forged in that ancient battle, had carried a seed of their essence all along. The journey to the forge of creation would mean traversing the most treacherous paths of the magical realms. Worse still, with each passing day, Gandalf's power waned as the full moon approached. The curse that bound his magic to the lunar cycle, a price paid for victory in a long-forgotten battle, would leave him vulnerable just when he needed his strength most. Yet there was no choice. Already, reports arrived from across the realms of magical beings turning to crystal. The darkness within his staff grew stronger, threatening to transform all of magic itself into lifeless stone. Night Whisper, bound by an ancient debt to the wizard, offered to be his guide and guardian. Together, they descended through the layers of reality past the floating gardens where crystal flowers chimed in the eternal twilight, through the caverns of memory where echoes of the past still lingered, and into the deepest places where reality itself grew thin. The curse took its toll as they traveled. Gandalf found himself relying more on wisdom than power, solving ancient riddles instead of casting spells, negotiating with creatures he might once have commanded. Each challenge forced him to confront the consequences of his past actions as a guardian of the realms. In the court of Twilight, they encountered the Shadowmancer Queen, an old adversary whom Gandalf had banished centuries ago. To his surprise, she offered aid rather than vengeance. "Your staff's corruption affects us all, Stormcrow," she said, using his ancient name. "Even we who dwell in shadow fear the void that grows within it. Take this." She presented him with a crystal of pure darkness. "When you reach the forge, you'll understand its purpose." The final descent to the forge of creation revealed the true scope of the crisis. The vast cavern, once alive with the fires of creation, now pulsed with corrupt energy. The original anvil, where Gandalf's staff was forged, stood at the center, its surface crawling with living shadows. As they approached, the Shadow Lords made themselves known not as the monsters of legend, but as reflections of all that had been sacrificed in the name of order and light. They had been the price of magic itself, sealed away so that others might wield its power freely. "Your staff was our prison," their voices echoed as one, "and through it, we have tasted freedom again. The crystallization is merely the beginning. Soon all magic will return to its primal state, and we shall remake the world." In that moment, Gandalf understood the true meaning of the Shadowmancer Queen's gift. The crystal of pure darkness wasn't a weapon, it was a key to understanding. The staff's corruption wasn't something to be fought, but to be balanced. With the full moon's weakness upon him, Gandalf made a choice that defied millennia of magical doctrine. Instead of trying to banish the darkness, he embraced it. Plunging the crystal into the forge's heart, he began a transformation of his staff not to purify it, but to achieve harmony between light and shadow. The process nearly destroyed him. Light and darkness warred within the staff, threatening to tear reality itself apart. But guided by wisdom earned through countless ages, Gandalf wove them together, creating something entirely new, a staff that honored both the light and the shadow, understanding that both were necessary for magic to truly live. As the new staff took form, the crystallization began to reverse across the realms. Those transformed didn't simply return to their original forms, they were reborn, with a deeper understanding of magic's dual nature. The Shadow Lords, instead of being banished again, became part of the staff's new power, their ancient knowledge preserved rather than imprisoned. Gandalf emerged from the forge forever changed, leaning on a staff that glowed with both radiance and shadow. The curse of the full moon remained, but it was transformed now, a reminder of the balance needed in all things, even in the wielding of power itself. Night Whisper, witnessing the transformation, bowed his great head in understanding. "You've changed the very nature of magic, old friend." "No," Gandalf replied, watching as light and shadow danced within his staff. "I've simply remembered what it was always meant to be." As they ascended back to the surface, the magical realms hummed with renewed vitality. The time of rigid separation between light and shadow was over. A new age had begun, one that would require wisdom even more than power to navigate. And Gandalf, with his transformed staff and hard-won understanding, would be its guide. Story 10. The ancient towers of Moonglade Keep pierced the perpetual twilight sky like silver needles, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the eternal dance of stars above. Within the highest chamber of the tallest spire, Gandalf the Grey stood motionless before a mirror that had not shown his reflection for over 3,000 years. His weathered hands traced the intricate runes carved into the mirror's frame, each symbol pulsing with a faint blue light at his touch. Something had changed. After millennia of darkness, the mirror's surface had begun to ripple like disturbed water, revealing fleeting glimpses of another place, another time, and most troubling of all, another Gandalf. "So, the seals are finally breaking," he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient secrets. The wizard's reflection showed not his current self, but a younger version, one whose eyes burned with an intensity he had long forgotten. It was this discontinuity that had first alerted him to the truth he had been avoiding for centuries. He was not who he thought he was. In the depths of the library beneath Moonglade Keep, Gandalf discovered a tome bound in starlight and shadow. Its pages, written in his own hand, told a story that shattered everything he believed about his existence. The original Gandalf, the true guardian of the realms, had been imprisoned in a dimension of endless reflections by powers beyond comprehension. And he, the Gandalf who had watched over the magical realms for thousands of years, was but a copy, created to maintain the balance while the original remained trapped. The revelation sent tremors through the magical wards of Moonglade Keep, causing the crystalline towers to sing in discordant harmonies. Dragons stirred in their ancient roosts, and the elders of the Everwood sent urgent messages carried by wind spirits. Something fundamental had shifted in the fabric of reality. Gandalf spent 7 days and 7 nights in meditation, watching as each mirror in the tower began to show different fragments of his original self's prison. In one, he saw battles never fought. In another, victories never won. But it was in the grand mirror of the central chamber that he witnessed the most disturbing vision. The original Gandalf, surrounded by twisted reflections of reality, each one showing a different path the magical realms might have taken. "I must find a way to cross the boundaries," Gandalf declared to the empty chamber. As if in response, his staff, the staff of twilight dawn, pulsed with an inner light. The crystal at its tip, which had always been clear as mountain spring water, now showed swirling patterns of silver and shadow. The path forward became clear. Each mirror was a potential gateway, but passing through would require sacrificing a piece of his own existence. To reach the dimension of reflections, he would need to shatter his own being across multiple realities. Word of Gandalf's quest spread through the magical realms. The Sphinx of the Eternal Riddle offered her wisdom, speaking in paradoxes that only began to make sense when viewed in mirror writing. The dragons of the Silver Spire pledged their aid, recognizing that the stability of all realms hung in the balance. Even the Shadowmancer Guild, long suspicious of Gandalf's influence, provided ancient spells that could help bridge the gap between realities. On the eve of the winter solstice, when the barriers between dimensions grew thinnest, Gandalf began his journey. Standing in the Chamber of Mirrors, he raised the staff of Twilight Dawn and spoke words in a language that existed before time itself. Each mirror in the chamber began to glow, showing different versions of himself, some younger, some older, some who had chosen drastically different paths. The spell he cast was both complex and elegant. Using his own essence as a bridge, he would create a path through the mirrors to reach the prison dimension. But the cost would be tremendous. Each step through a mirror would require him to leave behind a portion of his memories, his power, his very self. The first step through the mirror felt like walking through liquid starlight. He emerged in a world where everything was slightly wrong. Trees grew downward, clouds flowed like rivers in the sky, and magic itself had a different taste. In this reality, he encountered a version of himself who had chosen to study the dark arts, and from this reflection, he learned the price of power without wisdom. Through the second mirror, he found himself in a realm of eternal twilight, where he met a version of himself who had never left the eternal mountains. This reflection taught him about the roads not taken, the choices that shape a wizard's path. With each transition, Gandalf felt himself becoming both less and more, losing pieces of his constructed identity while gaining glimpses of his true self. The mirrors began to vibrate in harmony, creating a song that echoed through all dimensions. Finally, after passing through 9 mirrors, each taking its toll, he reached the center of the prison dimension. There, suspended in a web of reflected reality, he found his original self, not trapped, as he had imagined, but waiting. The meeting of the two Gandalfs created a resonance that shook the foundations of reality. The original Gandalf spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of eons. "You have done well, my reflection. But now comes the true test. We must become one again, or all realities will shatter." The process of reunification was not a battle, as many might have expected, but a delicate dance of memory and identity. Each Gandalf had learned and grown in different ways over the millennia. The original possessed knowledge of the universe's deepest mysteries, while the reflection had gained wisdom through centuries of guarding the realms. As they merged, the prison dimension began to collapse, its purpose fulfilled. The magic that had sustained the separation for so long was finally released, sending ripples of change through all the magical realms. Mountains shifted, forests awakened, and ancient creatures stirred from millennial slumbers. When Gandalf emerged back into Moonglade Keep, he was both old and new, both original and reflection. The mirrors in the chamber showed only simple reflections now, but in their depths, one could sometimes catch a glimpse of other possibilities, other paths not taken. The wizard stood at the highest window of the tower, watching as the first true dawn in 3,000 years painted the sky in colors that had been forgotten by the world. His staff, now transformed by the merging of two realities, thrummed with renewed purpose. "And so begins another chapter," he whispered to the awakening world, knowing that while some mysteries had been solved, countless others awaited in the endless dance of reality and reflection.